pull the blanket a little closer tonight. Let the room grow dim around you and let the sounds of the day begin to settle. There is nowhere to be right now, nothing that needs deciding, nothing that needs answering. Just this, a quiet voice and a story that has been waiting a very long time to be told. Tonight we are going somewhere strange, somewhere gilded and dangerous and almost unbearably human. We are going to the medieval court, not to the king, not to the generals, not to the great lords in their embroidered gown. We are going to the corner of the room, to the figure sitting slightly apart from the feast, wearing mismatched colors, holding a stick with a small carved head on the end of it. We are going to the fool. And here is what I want you to hold on to, right from the beginning as you settle into the dark. The most powerful person in the room was not always the one sitting on the throne. Sometimes the most powerful person in the room was the one everyone was laughing at. Think about what a medieval court actually was, not the version from paintings and fairy tales, but the real thing. It was a room full of people who needed something from the king. Every single person in that hall, every lord, every bishop, every ambassador, every advisor had something at stake. Their lands depended on royal favor. Their titles depended on royal favor. Their lives, in the most literal sense, depended on the mood of the person sitting at the head of the table. And so, in that room, something quietly devastating happened to the truth. It disappeared. Not all at once, not obviously, but slowly, inexorably, the truth was replaced by something more comfortable. By flattery, by careful omission, by answers that told the king what he wanted to hear rather than what he needed to know. A general who lost a battle would soften the numbers. A bishop advising on policy would frame his counsel in whatever direction the king had already indicated he preferred. A courtier who knew the king was wrong would smile and nod because correcting a king was a fast way to lose your head. Sometimes literally. And here is the terrifying consequence of that. Here is what truly fascinates me about this world. Kings who were surrounded only by agreement made bad decisions, sometimes catastrophically bad decisions. They invaded countries that could not be conquered. They trusted advisors who were lying to them. They spent money their kingdoms didn't have because no one dared tell them the treasury was empty. The medieval court, for all its magnificence, was a machine for producing isolation at the very top. And everyone in that world understood this problem. Everyone could see it. But there was only one solution. And it was one of the strangest, most counterintuitive solutions in all of human history. They hired a fool. They dressed him in bells and mismatched colors. They gave him a silly stick with a carved head. They fed him from the king's own table and housed him in the king's own palace. And then, because he was a fool, because he was officially beneath serious considerations, they let him say the things that no one else in the room was allowed to say. Tonight, across the next 3 hours, we are going to follow that figure through some of the most fascinating corridors of the medieval world. We are going to understand who the fool really was. Not the simpleton of later legend, but often a profoundly intelligent, dangerously perceptive human being who had mastered one of the most difficult arts in history, the art of telling the truth without getting killed for it. We will meet Roland the Farter, who served the court of Henry II with a skill set so singular, so magnificently undignified, that he was given land and a manor for it, and then had it all taken away when the next king decided his particular gift was beneath royal dignity. We will spend time with Will Sommers, the fool who outlasted 4 monarchs, who sat at the bedside of Henry VIII as the great king lay dying, and who may have been the only person in that palace who truly knew what the king felt when the room was empty of everyone else. We will cross the channel into France and meet Triboulet, the fool who insulted the wrong nobleman, was sentenced to death and talked his way out of it with a single sentence so perfectly constructed that the king had no choice but to laugh and pardon him. We will travel east into a different world entirely, where the fool wore no bells and no motley, where he walked barefoot through the snow and wore iron chains against his skin, where his madness was not a performance but a vocation, and where even the most feared czars in Russian history found themselves unable to silence him, because to harm a holy fool was to raise a hand against God himself. And we will follow the slow, quiet disappearance of the fool from the courts of Europe, and ask what it means that the moment kings stopped listening to their fools, the moment that strange permission was quietly revoked, the world became a less honest place. What I find so compelling about all of this is that the fool was not a joke. The fool was a solution to a problem that every powerful person faces in every era, the problem of being surrounded by people who are too afraid, too ambitious, or too compromised to tell you the truth. The medieval world, in its strange and sometimes brutal wisdom, looked at that problem and decided that the only way around it was to create a figure who existed outside the normal rules, a figure so low in status that he had nothing to lose, dressed in such obvious foolishness that his words could never be taken as a direct threat, permitted to say things in jest that would be treasonous if said in earnest. And tonight, we are going to discover that this solution, this extraordinary, ridiculous, surprisingly profound solution, reveals more about power, about truth, about the human need to be heard than almost anything else the medieval world left behind. If you find yourself returning to this channel, to these long, quiet journeys through the past, I would be so glad if you would subscribe to Dreamy Ages. It means the world, and it helps these stories reach the people who need them most. Now, let us begin at the beginning. Not with the fool himself, but with the room he walked into. The great hall of a medieval palace or castle was, by design, one of the most carefully managed social environments in the world. Everything about it was deliberate. The arrangement of the tables, who sat where in relation to the king, was a precise statement of power and favor that every person in the room could read instantly. The closer to the high table, the greater the honor. The further away, the clearer the message. Even the food told you where you stood, not just the quality of what was served, but the order in which it arrived, the number of courses, the presence or absence of certain dishes, all of it was coded. And the king, seated at the center of all of this, was performing too. His generosity, his composure, his appetite, his humor, his patience with petitioners, his reaction to news, all of it was watched, all of it was interpreted, all of it was reported in letters and whispered conversations back to the courts of other kings who needed to know what this king was like. A medieval king was always on stage, every single day from the moment he rose in the morning in front of his groom of the bedchamber to the moment he lay down again at night, he was performing the role of king. And what did it cost to perform that constantly? What did it cost to never be uncertain in public, to never be afraid in public, to never be wrong in public? To receive every piece of news, good or catastrophic, with the same measured, kingly composure? It cost a great deal, and the people who served him knew it. The fool's function was partly, at its most fundamental level, this: to be the one person in the room who did not need anything from the king, who was not performing for the king, who was not calculating what the king wanted to hear. Because the fool had already been given something that released him from all of that calculation. He had been given permission to be ridiculous. And in the strange alchemy of the medieval court, that permission to be ridiculous was the same as permission to be real. There is a term that scholars of medieval history sometimes use when discussing the court fool, and it has always struck me as one of the most precise descriptions in all of historical writing. They call him the safety valve. Think about what that means. A safety valve is a mechanism that prevents catastrophic pressure from building up to a destructive point. It releases tension before the tension becomes an explosion. The court fool was a safety valve for truth. All the things that no one could say, the king's bad decisions, his vanity, his mistakes, his cruelties, they had to go somewhere. They could not simply cease to exist just because they were unspeakable. They went into the fool's mouth, dressed in a joke, wrapped in a tumble or a song, made safe by the bells and the motley and the official status of the person saying it, which was to say, no status at all. And everyone in the room heard it, everyone understood it, and no one could react to it as if it were a serious political statement because it had been delivered by a man in a pointed hat doing a handstand. What a strange and fragile and completely necessary thing that was. The fool existed at the intersection of two deeply human needs, the need of the powerful to be protected from truth, and the need of the powerful, sometimes desperately, to hear it. He was the solution to a contradiction that the medieval world could not otherwise resolve. And the most remarkable thing of all is that the kings knew this. They kept him close not in spite of what he said, but because of it. There are accounts scattered through chronicle and court record and private correspondence of kings who genuinely mourned their fools when they died, who spoke of them with a tenderness they rarely used for advisors, generals, or even close family members. Because the fool was one of the only people in the king's entire world who had never lied to him. Everyone else had, at one point or another, for reasons they had convinced themselves were good. The fool had not, could not. His entire value depended on his inability to flatter. That made him rare beyond price. It made him In a world built almost entirely on performance, something close to a friend. And that, the strange, tender, dangerous intimacy between a king and his fool, is where this story truly begins. Because to understand the fool, we cannot simply examine his role from the outside. We cannot describe his costume and his jokes and the political theory of his function and then move on. We have to understand who he was. We have to understand what kind of person walks into a palace wearing bells, armed with nothing but wit, and manages to survive, sometimes for decades, in the most dangerous social environment in the world. We have to ask, who were these people? Where did they come from? How did they become who they were? And what does it tell us about them, about the kings they served, about the whole strange civilization they lived inside, that this was a role that needed to exist at all? Let us stay with that question for a moment, because the answer is more complicated and more surprising than most people expect. The medieval world did not think of all fools as the same kind of person. In fact, scholars and court administrators of the time made a very careful distinction, a distinction that tells us a great deal about how the medieval mind understood both intelligence and innocence, both performance and reality. They divided fools into two categories. The first was called the natural fool. A natural fool was not performing foolishness. A natural fool was, in the medieval understanding, simply born that way. Someone with a developmental disability, or a significant physical difference, or what we might today recognize as a profound mental illness. And here is what is deeply strange and deeply revealing about how the medieval world treated these people. They did not dismiss them as worthless. They did not, in the great households that employed them, simply put them in a corner and point at them. They believed that a natural fool was touched by God. Not in the casual, dismissive sense we sometimes use that phrase today, in a genuine theological sense. The reasoning went like this. A natural fool existed outside the normal social order. He did not understand the rules of the court. He did not know how to calculate, how to perform, how to manage the gap between what he felt and what he said. He simply said what he saw. And because he could not understand social convention, because the normal human machinery of self-censorship simply did not exist in him, his words were considered, in some mysterious way, unfiltered truth. If a natural fool pointed at the king and laughed, it was not insolence, it was honesty. If a natural fool wandered into the middle of a formal ceremony and said something inconvenient, it was not disruption, it was revelation. The medieval church had a concept, drawn from St. Paul, of the fool for Christ, the idea that true wisdom sometimes looked like foolishness to the world, and that the person who appeared most lacking in worldly sense might actually be the one seeing things most clearly. The natural fool in the royal court inherited some of that sacred quality. He was not quite a saint, not quite a holy figure, but he occupied a protected space, a space where the normal rules of speech and behavior did not apply. And that protection was real. To harm a natural fool, to punish him for something he said, was considered in many court traditions to be genuinely shameful. The natural fool was one of the few people in the medieval world who could insult a king and walk away unharmed. Not because the king had a generous spirit, but because responding with anger would have revealed the king as someone who punished the innocent. No king wanted to be that king. So the natural fool was, in a paradoxical way, among the safest people in the palace. And the second category, the artificial fool, was something entirely different. The artificial fool was a professional. He had trained for years, often from childhood, in the arts of wit and physical performance. He was a musician, an acrobat, a satirist, a mimic, a storyteller, a poet of the insult and the innuendo. He was, in the truest sense, an artist. And his art was perhaps the most demanding in all of medieval performance culture, because unlike a musician who only needed to play well, or a tumbler who only needed to fall gracefully, the artificial fool had to do all of those things while simultaneously reading the room. He had to know when the king was in a mood to laugh at himself, and when he was not. He had to know which topics were safe tonight and which ones had become dangerous since yesterday. He had to be funny enough to entertain the whole court, pointed enough to be useful to the king, and careful enough not to cross the invisible, constantly shifting line between the permitted and the unforgivable. This required a kind of social and psychological intelligence that was, in its own way, extraordinary. The great fools of history were not simple men. They were readers of power, students of personality, analysts of the gap between official reality and lived truth. They watched, they listened, they filed away information in the sharp, well-organized minds behind the painted faces. And then they performed, but what they were performing was not stupidity. What they were performing was the appearance of stupidity. Underneath the bells and the tumbling, underneath the wordplay and the pratfalls, was a mind that understood the court, often better than the courtiers themselves. There is something almost unbearably poignant about this, if you sit with it for a moment. The most intelligent person in the room was the one required to appear the least intelligent. The person who saw the most clearly was the one dressed in a costume designed to signal that nothing he said needed to be taken seriously. That was not a coincidence. That was the design. Because if the fool had stood up in his own voice and his own clothes and said clearly, "My Lord King, you are making a mistake," he would have been a threat. But if the fool capered across the great hall in his motley and his bells and said, in a voice pitched between a song and a laugh, something that made the entire room aware, without being able to formally acknowledge it, that the king had made a mistake, then no one was threatened. The king could laugh along, the courtiers could laugh along, the truth had entered the room. But because it entered wearing a costume, no one had to respond to it as truth. This is one of the most sophisticated political mechanisms I have ever encountered in all of historical study. It is a system for delivering truth into a space where truth is not permitted, by disguising truth as its opposite. And the men, and occasionally women, who operated that mechanism, who spent their lives in that strange disguise, lived inside a paradox that most of us will never have to inhabit. They were trusted with the king's most intimate realities and officially considered beneath serious attention. They were granted freedoms that no one else in the palace enjoyed and simultaneously denied the most basic freedom of all, the freedom to be seen as what they were. Now, this is where the story gets specific. This is where we move from the idea of the fool to the actual people, the flesh and bone and wit and survival of real human beings who lived this extraordinary life. And the first figure we need to meet is, in his own way, one of the most perfect illustrations of how strange and specific the medieval fool's existence really was. His name was Roland. He served in the court of King Henry II of England in the 12th century. And his particular skill, the thing that made him irreplaceable, the thing for which he was rewarded with land and a manor, the thing that made him one of the most recorded fools of the early medieval English court, was this. Once a year, at Christmas, before the assembled court, Roland performed a single act. He leapt into the air, he whistled, and he broke wind simultaneously. What the Latin record calls, with magnificent solemnity, unum saltum et siffletum et unum bumbolum. One jump, one whistle, one fart. That was Roland's gift to his king. That was the performance for which he held his land. That was his annual contribution to the majesty of the English court. And I want to spend a moment here, not laughing at Roland, though laughter is entirely appropriate, but actually thinking about what his story reveals. Because Roland's story is not, at its heart, a joke. It is a precise illustration of what the natural fool's value really was. Roland was not trying to be sophisticated. He was not delivering coded political commentary through the medium of bodily humor. He was simply doing the most undignified thing imaginable, in the most formal setting imaginable, in front of the most powerful man in England. And that was exactly the point. In a world of constant performance, constant dignity, constant management of appearances, Roland was the one moment where the whole elaborate structure dropped away, where a room full of lords and bishops and ambassadors simply laughed together at something completely human and completely ridiculous. The king laughed, the servants laughed. For one moment, in the sealed, hierarchical, stratified world of the medieval court, everyone was laughing at the same thing. That was not nothing. That was, in its own way, everything. And it was only possible because Roland existed outside all the categories that normally divided that room. He was not a lord, not a servant, not a churchman, not a soldier. He was the fool. And the fool belonged to everyone and to no one. And that was precisely why he could stand at the center of the room and remind everyone, gently, absurdly, without threat, that underneath all the gold and the titles and the carefully managed distance between ranks, they were all, every one of them, exactly the same. Human, laughing, briefly free. But Roland's story has an ending that contains its own quiet lesson. When Henry II died and Henry III came to the throne, the new king looked at Roland's land grant, looked at the official record of what Roland held and why he held it, and decided that this particular gift was indecent. He confiscated the land. He dismissed Roland from the court. The gift that had made Roland irreplaceable became, under a different king, an embarrassment. And this is the first shadow that falls across the bright world of the court fool the first glimpse of the danger that was always present underneath the laughter. The fool's existence was entirely contingent on the favor of one person. He had no guild, no legal protection, no institutional standing. He had only the relationship, only the specific bond between himself and the specific king who had chosen to keep him. And when that king was gone, he was nothing. Everything he had, his safety, his status, his home, his permission to exist in the extraordinary way he existed, vanished with the king who had granted it. This is something that runs through all the great jester stories, like a thread of dark silk woven through the brightest tapestry. The laughter is real, the intimacy is real, the freedom is real. But it all rests on something so fragile that no one in that room, not even the fool himself, perhaps, could afford to look at it directly. And it is that fragility, that strange combination of remarkable privilege and absolute precariousness that we need to carry with us as we go deeper into this world. Because the next question, the question that shapes everything we will discuss tonight, is this: what kind of person truly thrives in that position? What kind of intelligence, what kind of temperament, what kind of understanding of power and performance and the human capacity for self-deception does it take to be not just a fool, but a great fool? A fool who survives not one king but four. A fool who becomes, over decades, genuinely irreplaceable. A fool who is trusted not just with the king's laughter, but with the king's doubt, the king's grief, the king's quiet terror in the dark hours of the night. To find that person, we need to look more carefully at what the fool actually was, at the skills he carried, the training he underwent, the specific and extraordinary art he had mastered. We need to look at the motley and the bells not just as a costume, but as a language. The motley is the first thing most people think of when they picture a court fool. The mismatched colors, the patches of red and yellow and green sewn together in a deliberate clash of everything that a well-dressed medieval person was supposed to avoid. A nobleman wore coordinated colors that announced his house. A bishop wore the specific colors of his office. A knight wore armor that told you exactly who he was and whom he served. And the fool wore all colors, and no colors, and colors that belonged to no house, and no rank, and no tradition. At first this looks like mockery, as if the fool's costume is simply making fun of everyone else's. But it is something more precise than mockery. The motley costume was a visual statement of the fool's position outside every existing category. He was not one thing or the other. He was not high or low, not sacred or secular, not insider or outsider. He was all of them at once, and none of them completely. And the fractured, contradictory colors of his clothing announced this every time he walked into a room. You could not place him on the social map because the social map had no position for him. And that unplaceable quality, that status as a living category error, was exactly what made him useful. The bells that hung from his hat and his collar and the hem of his jacket served a different but related purpose. In a world without electricity, without amplification, Without any of the modern tools for controlling attention in a large space, the fool's bells were a kind of permanent announcement. I am here. I am moving. Pay attention to this space. But the bells also carried a deeper meaning. They were the sound of something that could not be ignored and could not be taken seriously. A king's entrance was announced by trumpets, solemn, martial, unmistakable in their weight. A herald's voice carried legal authority. A priest's bell in the chapel called the room to its knees. The fool's bells called the room to nothing. They demanded attention without demanding response. They said, "Something is happening here, but it is nothing you are required to react to." This was a crucial distinction. In the medieval court, almost everything carried an obligation. To witness a king's proclamation was to be bound by it. To receive a gift from a lord was to incur a debt. To be present at a judgment was to be implicated in it. The fool's bells created a space outside all of that. What happened in the fool's performance existed in a separate register from official reality. It could be laughed at, or winced at, or silently acknowledged, but it could not be formally recognized as having occurred in the way that everything else in the court occurred. And then there was the bauble. The marad, as it was sometimes called, the fool's stick, carved with a small head at the top, sometimes wearing a tiny hat, sometimes with its own tiny bells. The fool's stick was his most intimate prop, and it was stranger than it looked, because the fool would talk to it. He would address it as if it were a second person, argue with it, attribute opinions to it, let it say the most outrageous things, and then respond to those outrageous things with mock horror or mock agreement. On one level, this was simply performance, a comedian's device, a way of generating dialogue when you were performing alone. But on another level, the marat served a function that was genuinely ingenious. It allowed the fool to voice a position without owning it. If the stick said the king was wrong, the fool had not said it. The stick had. If the stick pointed out that the new tax policy was deeply unpopular with the people who had to pay it, that was the stick's observation, not the fool's. The fool could shake his head at the stick's impudence. He could pretend to be scandalized. He could hold the stick away from the king as if trying to prevent it from saying more terrible things. And the whole room would understand exactly what was happening, and the whole room would laugh, and the point would have been made with complete precision. This is theatrical sophistication of the highest order. The fool had taken the problem of how to say something dangerous and invented a solution so elegant that it could only have come from a mind that had spent years thinking about nothing else. And this brings us to the question of training. How did a person become an artificial fool? The path was less random than it might appear. In England and France and across the courts of Northern Europe, there was a recognized practice of apprenticeship in the arts of fooling that had been present since at least the 11th century. Young men, and occasionally young women, who showed particular aptitude for physical performance, for musical talent, for quick verbal wit, might be taken into the service of a household at a young age and trained in the multiple disciplines required. Acrobatics and tumbling, The ability to command a large space with a physical presence that was both alarming and precise, to fall in ways that looked accidental and were entirely controlled. Music. Most court fools were capable musicians who could sing, play instruments, and compose. The fool's song was often the vehicle for the fool's sharpest commentary, set to a tune, delivered with a smile, landing in the memory where a speech would not. Mimicry. The ability to reproduce the gestures, postures, vocal patterns, and mannerisms of specific individuals was one of the most valued and most feared of the fool's skills. A perfect imitation of the way the king held his cup, or the way the bishop delivered his sermons, or the way the new ambassador bowed too low and smiled too widely. These were things that could make an entire room collapse with recognition. And they were also things that could make an enemy for life if they landed wrong. Wordplay, puns, riddles, rhymes, double meanings, the whole rich arsenal of a language used against itself. Medieval audiences were sophisticated listeners. They heard the same words over and over in legal proceedings, religious ceremonies, official proclamations. The fool who could make those words do something unexpected, who could take the formal language of power and fold it back on itself in a way that revealed the absurdity inside, was performing an act of genuine intellectual skill. And underneath all of these specific techniques, something harder to name and harder to teach, the ability to read a room. To know from the moment he entered what the emotional temperature was. To sense whether the king was in a mood to laugh at himself tonight, or whether he was still bruised from whatever had happened yesterday. To understand which courtiers were dangerous right now, and which ones had enough goodwill stored that they could be teased. To feel the invisible architecture of tension and alliance and ambition that structured every gathering, and to move through it with the specific grace of someone who knew exactly how to be harmless in every direction at once. This is not a skill that can be fully taught. It is a kind of emotional intelligence so refined, so constantly exercised, that it becomes something close to instinct. The great fools had it in abundance. The fools who didn't died young, or were dismissed, or ended up somewhere very unpleasant, because the freedom that the fool enjoyed was always conditional. It was conditional on the king's mood. It was conditional on the particular chemistry between this fool and this patron. It was conditional on the fool's unerring ability to judge in every moment exactly how far he could go. There was a line. There was always a line. And the line moved. What a king would laugh at in a good year, when the harvest was strong, and the wars were going well, and the queen was pregnant, and the treasury was full, was not the same as what he would laugh at in a bad year. The fool who forgot this, who relied on last year's permission to authorize this year's joke, was in trouble. There are records scattered through medieval court documents of fools who were beaten, fools who were imprisoned, fools who were dismissed from service, which in practical terms often meant losing everything, the home, the food, the protection, overnight. And then there are the stories of fools who were executed. These cases are fewer and harder to verify, but they exist, and they tell us something important about the nature of the fool's freedom. The freedom was real, but it was also a performance. Like everything else in the court, it was a role that had to be played with exquisite care, because underneath the official permission to speak freely was the same truth that governed everyone else in the palace. The king's favor could be withdrawn, and without it, nothing else held. What does it take then to live that life, to inhabit that paradox for years or decades? There was a man who did it for more than 2 decades, across the reigns of not 1 but 4 English monarchs. His name was William Somers, and he was, by almost any measure, the greatest English court fool of the Tudor period, possibly the greatest England ever produced. He arrived at court around 1525. Brought from Shropshire by a merchant who had noticed something about him, some quality of mind or manner that he thought the king might want. The king was Henry VIII, and Somers's timing was either very lucky or very unlucky, depending on how you measure such things. He entered a court that was, in those years, beginning its long transformation from the relatively stable world of the early Tudor period into something considerably more turbulent. The king was brilliant, temperamental, capable of extraordinary warmth and extraordinary cruelty, surrounded by advisors who were increasingly afraid of him and therefore increasingly useless to him, slowly becoming the most isolated man in England. Somers found his way to the king's side and stayed there for the rest of Henry's life. What we know about him comes in fragments, from royal household accounts, from letters and chronicles, from portraits in which he appears beside the king with a quietly attentive expression that is in its own way more revealing than anything written down. He was described as having a kind heart. This is a phrase that appears several times in accounts of him, and it is worth pausing on because it is not a phrase that appears in descriptions of most court figures. Advisors were described as learned, generals as brave, ambassadors as skilled, bishops as devout, or at least officially devout, but kind. Somers, somehow, in the middle of a court that was eating itself alive with ambition and fear, was remembered as kind. He is also described as having been genuinely close to the king in a way that most people at court were not as a flatterer, not as a dependent seeking favor, but as someone whose company Henry actually valued in the unguarded hours, in the private rooms, in the spaces where the weight of kingship could be briefly, carefully set aside. He saw things that no one else in England saw. He was present for the slow catastrophe of the king's health. He witnessed in the king's face and in the king's silences what the official correspondence never recorded. Henry VIII, in the last years of his life, was a man in profound physical pain, increasingly cut off from honest counsel, increasingly aware that the legacy he had worked so hard to construct was uncertain, surrounded by people who feared him but did not, perhaps, love him. And Somers was there. Not as an advisor, not as a confessor, not with any official role that history records clearly. Just there, present, the familiar figure in the corner of the room, the face that had been there through everything, the voice that had made the king laugh in the years when laughter was still easy and continued to try to make him laugh in the years when it was not. There is a moment recorded, not with certainty, not in the official chronicles, but in the quieter, more personal accounts of Somers sitting beside Henry in the king's private chamber near the end, when the great bed was already being turned into an instrument of a slowly failing body. What passed between them in those hours, no record tells us. But the fact that he was there, that Henry, who had dismissed advisors and executed friends and discarded wives, kept his fool close to the end, tells us something that all the official documents cannot. It tells us that Somers had given the king something that no one else in England had been able to give him. Something that all the gold and all the power and all the carefully managed performance of kingship had not. He had given him the experience of being occasionally honestly known, not flattered, not feared, not managed. Known. And there is something in that, something that reaches across 5 centuries and touches a feeling that is entirely, devastatingly recognizable about the human need, however powerful you are, to have at least one person who sees you clearly and stays anyway. The fool was that person. The fool in all his bells and mismatched colors, with his carved stick and his carefully performed idiocy, was carrying the most serious thing in the world. He was carrying someone's truth. And while Somers was doing this in England, in France another fool was navigating the same impossible balance, but with a flair and a danger and a series of near escapes so dramatic that they would eventually inspire one of the great operas of the 19th century. To understand the full scope of what the court fool was and what he risked, we need to cross the channel. We need to meet Triboulet. But before we cross to France, let us linger one more moment on something that the Somers story illuminates almost in passing, something about the hidden emotional economy of the Great Hall that deserves more attention than it usually receives. The medieval feast, for all its spectacle, was an exhausting event. Not physically, for the guests, though eating for 4 or 5 hours in clothing designed to restrict movement was its own quiet ordeal. But socially and emotionally, it was relentless. Every conversation was a negotiation. Every toast was a statement. Every seating arrangement was a judgment that someone would spend the days following the feast quietly seething about or quietly celebrating. The king at the head of the table was the still center of all of this motion, but still did not mean calm, still meant controlled, contained. The emotional stillness of a man who had trained himself over years to reveal nothing he did not intend to reveal. And then the fool moved through the room, and the rules changed. This is something that the historical record captures imperfectly, but that you can sense in the fragments, in the way chroniclers describe the change in a room's atmosphere when the fool appeared, in the specific vocabulary used to describe the relief and release of the laughter that followed. The fool was permission. When the king laughed, genuinely, openly, in the unguarded way that the fool's performance could sometimes unlock, it gave everyone else in the room permission to breathe. Because a laughing king was a safe king, a king who was enjoying himself, was a king whose attention was briefly redirected from the calculation of favor and disfavor that governed everyone's existence in that space. The fool, in provoking that laughter, was doing something for the whole room. He was releasing the pressure that built, hour by hour, in any gathering of people who needed something from each other and were all pretending they did not. He was, for a few minutes, making it safe to breathe in that room. This is a function that no official role in the court was designed to perform. The advisor advised, the herald announced, the musician performed, the priest blessed. None of them released the tension. Only the fool could do that, and he did it by being, officially, beneath the tension, beneath the stakes, beneath the whole careful structure of meaning that made the great hall such an airless place. Now the fool's relationship with the hall was not only about those great formal occasions. The fool was a member of the household. He lived in the palace or castle, slept in a bed assigned to him, ate at the table, traveled with the household when it moved, and the great households of the medieval period moved constantly. He was present at the ordinary hours of the day, not just the ceremonial ones. He was there in the morning when the king was still groggy and not yet armored in his public persona. He was there in the quieter afternoons, in the halls and passages and gardens and private chambers, when the formal business of the court had paused and people were going about ordinary hours. And in those hours, the fool's role shifted. He was not always performing. He was not always on. He was present in the room, a familiar figure, someone to talk to. And there is evidence in the careful reading of household accounts and personal letters that this ordinary presence was itself a form of service. The court was a lonely place for the people at its center. Not socially lonely, it was never empty, never quiet, never free of company, but lonely in the way that any person is lonely when they cannot speak honestly to anyone around them. The king could not confide his doubts to his advisors without those doubts being used against him in the invisible political calculations that were always running. He could not show fear to his generals. He could not admit confusion to his bishops. He could not let his grief, when grief came, be seen as weakness by the courtiers who were always watching for any sign that the balance of favor might be shifting. But the fool already knew. The fool was, by the nature of his role, already inside the version of the king that everyone else was carefully kept out of. He had seen the king angry in private. He had heard the king curse. He had been present when the news arrived that something had gone badly wrong, and seen what the king's face did before the king remembered to control it. He was, in a real sense, a keeper of secrets, not of state secrets, though he may have known some of those too, but of the more intimate secrets of personality. The secret of who the king was when no one was performing for him. And that made the fool not just an entertainer, but something harder to define, a witness, a companion, an archivist of the private self. This private intimacy, this daily ordinary closeness, is something that the grand historical narratives tend to overlook because it left few records. But it is, I think, closer to the heart of what the fool truly was than all the clever jokes and all the political commentary and all the beautiful theoretical frameworks about licensed speech and safety valves. He was someone who stayed. In a world where everyone's loyalty was conditional, where every relationship was structured by hierarchy and need, and the ever-present possibility that a shift in royal favor could sever any bond overnight, the fool stayed. Not because he was loyal in any conventional sense, not because he had taken an oath or because his family honor required it. He stayed because he had been given a role that attached him in the most basic human way to a specific person. And that attachment, complicated, unequal, fragile, and real, is one of the most quietly striking things about the whole long history of the court fool. We tend to look at the fool from the outside and see the performance, the costume, the jokes, the political cleverness. But from the inside, from the fool's position, what the role required was something simpler and harder than any of that. It required spending a life in the service of knowing one person very well and using that knowledge not to harm them, not to advance yourself at their expense, but to help them in the specific, indirect, deniable way that was the only way the help was permitted to be given. It required, in the deepest sense, a kind of care. Not love, exactly. The power differential was too vast, the position too strange for anything so simple, but something in the family of care. Something that said, I see what you are, beyond the version of yourself that you perform for everyone else. I will not pretend otherwise, and I will find a way to say so that keeps us both alive. This is not what we usually think of when we think of a man in a pointed hat doing a handstand. But it is, I think, what was actually happening in the quiet hours of those medieval palaces, in the rooms that no chronicle saw fit to record. And it is what we carry with us now as we leave England and move toward France, toward the court of Francis I, toward the bells and sharp tongue and extraordinary survival of the man who became, in his own time, and in the centuries that followed, the very image of what a court fool could be at his most dangerous, his most brilliant, and his most completely himself. His full name was Nicholas Ferial, but history knows him only as Triboulet. And his story, which begins in poverty, rises to the most dazzling heights of royal favor, nearly ends in a public execution, and is saved in the end by a response so precisely aimed that the king who had pronounced the sentence found himself with no choice but to laugh, is exactly the kind of story that the history books tend to bury in footnotes. Tonight we are giving it the space it deserves. Nicholas Ferial was born around 1479 in circumstances that history has not bothered to preserve in any detail. We do not know where exactly he came from, or who his parents were, or what his childhood looked like before the court found him. What we know is where he ended up, and what he did there, and what it cost him, and what it saved him. By the early 16th century, Triboulet was serving in the court of Louis XII of France, and after Louis's death in 1515, he passed into the service of Francis I, one of the most brilliant, volatile, and culturally ambitious kings France had ever produced. Francis I was the king who imported Leonardo da Vinci to France and gave him a house and a pension for the last 3 years of his life. He was the king who built Fontainebleau and Chambord and brought the Italian Renaissance flooding into the French court with the force of a tide that would reshape French culture for generations. He was also a man of fierce pride, extravagant temper, and a taste for satire that ran directly alongside a sensitivity to personal insult that could turn dangerous without warning. Triboulet thrived in his court for years. He was, by all accounts, extraordinary at the specific art of the dangerous joke, the observation so precise, so perfectly targeted, that it landed before the target had time to put up a defense. He mocked the nobility. He mimicked the powerful. He said things in the great hall of the French court that would have sent a courtier to the Bastille. And he got away with it. Year after year, he got away with it. Until the day he did not. The exact circumstances are recorded in different ways in different sources, but the essential shape of the story is consistent. Triboulet insulted a nobleman of significant rank and connection, an insult sharp enough, public enough, and personal enough that the nobleman went to the king and demanded satisfaction. And Francis, for once, could not simply laugh it off. The insult had been too public. The nobleman was too important. The political cost of dismissing the complaint was too high. And so the king did something that must have sent a very specific kind of cold through the court when it was announced. He sentenced Triboulet to death. Now, at this point in the story, most people assume what is coming next is a reprieve, that Francis was testing his fool, or performing royal severity for the benefit of the offended nobleman, with every intention of quietly pardoning Triboulet once the point had been made. But the records do not suggest this. The records suggest that the sentence was genuine, and that what followed was not a test but a negotiation. Because Triboulet, upon hearing his sentence, asked for one thing. He asked to choose how he would die. And Francis, who was, whatever his other qualities, a man who genuinely appreciated wit and who perhaps could not entirely resist the implication that the fool had one more trick to play, granted the request. Triboulet considered the question. And then he said, with the perfect composure of a man who had spent his entire career finding the exact right words for the exact right moment. Good sire, I choose to die of old age. The story records that Francis laughed. He laughed and he pardoned him, and Triboulet lived. Now I want to sit with this moment, because it is easy to read it as a clever joke and move on, and that would be to miss everything that is actually happening in it. What Triboulet did in that single sentence was not simply produce a witty answer under pressure. He did something structurally more interesting. He took the king's power over his death, absolute, sovereign, unchallengeable, and he transformed it through a single grammatical maneuver into an absurdity. Because the king had granted him the right to choose, and choosing old age was not refusing the sentence, it was accepting it completely, with total sincerity, in a way that made the sentence impossible to carry out on any reasonable human timeline. The logic was unassailable. The king had given his word. The fool had taken it at face value. The king could not execute him without breaking his own promise, and the king could not be angry about it without revealing that his promise had never been serious in the first place. Triboulet had, in 7 words, turned the king's absolute power back on itself and made it fold. And the only possible response, the only response available to a man who was both a king and genuinely intelligent, was to laugh. This is the fool's art at its most refined. This is what the years of training, the decades of reading rooms and reading kings and reading the precise gap between what power claimed and what power actually was could produce. Not defiance, not rebellion, not clever escape. Something much more elegant, the observation, delivered in the lightest possible tone, that the king's power had a shape that the king himself had not quite noticed. The fool in that moment was not being impertinent. He was being the most precise kind of honest. He was showing the king and the whole court that witnessed it that sovereignty, for all its grandeur, was still subject to its own rules, that even a king who could order death was still bound by the words that came out of his mouth. And he showed it without accusation, without drama, without anything that could be formally interpreted as a challenge to royal authority. He showed it as a joke. That is the license of the fool. That is what all those bells and all that motley were protecting. The right to take a king's words more seriously than the king intended them, and to do so with a smile. Triboulet survived. He served Francis I for years after that morning, performing and provoking and getting into trouble and getting out of trouble in ways that the records hint at but do not fully capture. He died around 1536, in his late 50s, of natural causes, as it happens, which carries its own dry irony. And he was old enough, when he died, to have made at least a partial truth of his request. His story traveled. Victor Hugo, writing in 1832, took Triboulet's life as the basis for a play, Le Roi s'amuse, that transformed the jester into a tragic figure, a father, a man whose gift for mockery ultimately could not protect the person he loved most. Giuseppe Verdi took Hugo's play and turned it into Rigoletto, one of the most performed operas in the world, in which the jester is renamed but the shape of his tragedy is the same. Triboulet became, in the cultural imagination of the 19th century, the archetypal fool, the man who could make everyone laugh and could not save anyone, whose license to speak the truth was ultimately no protection against the world's indifference to it. And that is perhaps the most honest thing that Triboulet's story tells us. The fool's license was real. His immunity was real, much of the time. But it was not absolute. There was always a line, and the line moved. And the question that haunted every fool who ever dressed in motley and walked into a court and opened his mouth was not whether he was funny enough or clever enough or politically astute enough. The question was whether today was the day the king's patience ran out. Whether today was the day the joke went one syllable too far. Whether today was the day that the same king who had laughed yesterday looked up from his breakfast with something cold in his eyes and decided that the arrangement was over. Every fool knew this. Every fool lived with it. And what is remarkable is not that some of them miscalculated. What is remarkable is that so many of them went on, year after year, walking that line with such precision and such grace that they never fell. What does it take to live like that? What does it do to a person, to their sense of themselves, to their private understanding of who they are and what they are worth, to spend a life in a costume, saying the true things through a mask, being known and not known, trusted and not trusted, essential and officially valueless, all at once? This is a question the historical record cannot fully answer. because the fool's interior life was not something anyone thought to record. But it is, I think, a question worth holding, because there is a particular kind of loneliness in being the person who sees clearly. There is a real cost to being the one in the room who understands what is actually happening, who sees the king's vanity, the courtier's fear, the gap between the official story and the lived reality, and who has no legitimate way to simply say so, who must instead encode every truth in a performance, who must make every honest observation deniable, who must never, in any formal or final sense, be taken seriously. The fool was, in this reading, one of the loneliest figures in the medieval court. Not because he lacked company, he was surrounded by people, always, in one of the most crowded social environments imaginable, but because the nature of his role required him to be permanently outside the normal grammar of human recognition. He could not be thanked. He could not be formally praised. He could not be credited with the advice that changed a policy, or the joke that diffused a crisis, or the observation that made a king think twice about a decision that might have gone badly. Because to credit him would be to acknowledge that he had been doing something real, and the whole system depended on the official fiction that he had not. In a deep and structural sense, he was the most hidden figure in a world full of hidden figures. Not invisible, everyone could see him all the time, in his bells and his motley, but unseen in the way that matters. And yet they stayed. The great fools stayed for years, for decades, in positions that would have broken someone with less flexibility of spirit. They stayed because the work was real, even when it was officially not. They stayed because the relationship was real, even when it was officially unequal. They stayed because there is something in the human character, something stubbornly, almost defiantly human, that finds meaning in being useful to another person, even when that usefulness must be permanently disguised. And perhaps, in the quietest corners of those great halls, they stayed because there was a kind of freedom in the disguise itself. Because the fool who was officially nobody could observe everything. The fool who was officially powerless could say anything. The fool who was officially beneath serious consideration could see, with perfect clarity, the whole beautiful and terrible machinery of power, and could report on it, in his own way, in his own language, to anyone who was paying attention. That is not nothing. That is, in its way, a life. And it is a life that has its echo, quieter, more fragile, more spiritually strange, in a tradition that was unfolding simultaneously on the other side of Europe. A tradition that had no motley, no bells, no bauble, no carefully polished wit. A tradition in which the fool's costume was nakedness, in which the fool's language was riddles and silence, in which the fool's license did not come from the king's amusement, but from God. To understand that tradition, we need to move east, away from the gilded halls of France and England, out into a colder, harder, more theologically demanding world. Away from the professional entertainer with his trained wit and his royal license, into medieval Russia, into the world where the fool's permission did not come from a king's amusement, but from God himself. But before we cross that border, before we leave the world of the Western European court fool entirely, there is one more dimension of his world that deserves careful attention. Because so far we have been looking at the fool as a figure at the center of things, at the great hall, the royal feast, the dramatic confrontation in front of the assembled court. But the fool also existed in the margins, in the in-between moments, in the spaces that the official record of court life never thought to describe. And in those margins, he was doing something that was in some ways more interesting than anything he did in the spotlight. He was listening. The court fool had access to spaces that no other figure in the medieval household could move through with the same ease. He was in the great hall, yes, but he was also in the corridors. He was in the kitchens, in the stables, in the service passages that connected the public rooms to the private one. He wandered through the castle in a way that no one else of any significance could wander, because wandering was his job. The fool who appeared suddenly in the corner of a room where two courtiers were speaking quietly was not a threat. He was furniture. He was the bells on the ceiling, amusing and unimportant. And this meant that he heard things. He heard the conversations that were meant to be private. He heard the whispers that preceded decisions that were later announced, as if they had arisen fully formed from the king's own wisdom. He heard which alliances were forming and which were fraying. He heard which advisors were loyal and which were already calculating their next move. He heard the truth of the court, not the performed version, the real one, because people did not bother to lower their voices for the fool. And this made him valuable in a way that went beyond entertainment, beyond the pressure release function, beyond even the trusted intimacy with the king. He was an intelligence asset. Not officially, not in any way that the court would ever acknowledge. But a king who was paying attention, and the great kings were always paying attention, in their way, understood that the fool who moved freely through all the rooms of the palace was accumulating information that no spy could collect as easily. The spy is watched. The spy is suspected. The spy creates exactly the kind of weariness that makes the conversations he wants to overhear go quiet. The fool creates no wariness at all. And the information that the fool brought back to the king, embedded in a joke or a song or a seemingly random observation made at the dinner table, could be worth more than a dozen carefully composed intelligence reports. There is a description, preserved in court records from the later medieval period, of a fool being dispatched ahead of his king to a foreign court, officially as part of the entertainment, unofficially as the first pair of eyes in an unfamiliar room. What the fool reported back was not military intelligence or diplomatic secrets. It was softer than that, the mood of the court, the health of the king, the quality of the laughter, whether there was fear in the room or confidence, or the particular brittle cheerfulness that means someone is hiding something. That kind of intelligence, the intelligence of the emotional room, was priceless. And the fool who had spent his entire life reading emotional rooms as a matter of professional survival was the best possible person to collect it. It is one of the dimensions of the court fool's life that history tends to overlook because it leaves even fewer records than his other functions. The jokes are recorded, the pardons are recorded, the gifts of land and the annual Christmas performances are recorded. But the quiet intelligence gathering, the soft-footed movement through the corridors of power, the whispered reports in private chambers, these are not recorded. They happened in the spaces between the records. And yet their traces are visible, if you look carefully, in the patterns of how fools were rewarded, where they were taken, who they were kept close to. The great fools were not simply entertainers who happened to be granted unusual access. They were trusted in ways that were never formally named, with unusual access precisely because they could be trusted to use it carefully. The fool who overheard something dangerous had to know what to do with it, whether to bring it to the king, how to frame it, whether to let it drop entirely. This required not just intelligence, but a profound understanding of political consequence, of which truths were useful and which were merely explosive, of when the king needed to know something and when knowing it would make things worse. The great fools had this judgment, they had it in abundance, and it was, arguably, the most valuable thing they possessed, more valuable than the wit, more valuable than the acrobatics, more valuable than the music. It was the judgment of someone who had spent decades watching power from a position of complete safety, and who therefore understood it in an irreplaceable way better than almost anyone else in the room. The insider who is also an outsider sees things that pure insiders and pure outsiders both miss. The fool was the ultimate insider-outsider. He was of the court and not of it. He was trusted and not trusted. He was essential and officially valueless. And that paradoxical position gave him a perspective on the medieval court that was, in every sense, unique. He saw the king as the king. He saw the courtiers as the courtiers. He saw the advisors advising and the bishops blessing and the generals planning. And he also saw all of them as people, frightened, ambitious, grieving, hopeful, petty, generous, ridiculous people, in the way that only someone with nothing to lose can see the people around them clearly. The fool was the only person in the room who had given up counting the cost. Not because he was poor or powerless or without feeling, but because he had already accepted the fundamental strangeness of his position. He was already wearing the costume that declared him outside the normal categories. He was already living in the acknowledged paradox of his existence. He had nothing to pretend. And that, perhaps more than anything else, more than the license and the bells and the bauble and the carefully calibrated jokes, is what made him valuable. Not just to the king, but to history. Because the fool who saw everything and said some of it and stayed anyway is one of the most complete portraits we have of what it meant to be human in the medieval world. Not the human of the official records, the king, the bishop, the lord, the saint. The other kind of human, the one who watched all of those from a corner wearing mismatched colors and understood that the only honest response to the gap between what the world claimed to be and what it actually was, the gap that everyone in that hall could feel and no one was permitted to say, was to laugh. Not in despair, not in cynicism, but in the specific, clear-eyed laughter of someone who has accepted the world as it is and found, against all reasonable expectation, that it is still worth being in. That laughter, earned, informed, unsentimental, is the court fool's final and most lasting gift. It traveled with him everywhere he went. It sustained him in the corridors, in the long years, in the performances that became routine and the silences that never did. It is what reached across the centuries when Victor Hugo sat down to write his play and found in the figure of the fool something that felt more alive, more honest, more essentially human than any of the kings or lords or heroic figures that history had been so careful to preserve. And it is what reaches us now, here in the quiet dark, when we try to understand not just what the fool did, but what it meant to be him. We carry that laughter with us as we move east, into the snow and the silence and the iron chain, into the world where the fool was not a professional but a calling, not a license but a sacrifice, into the strange and beautiful and deeply serious world of the holy fool. The city of Pskov sits in the far northwest of what is now Russia, close to the borders of Estonia and Latvia, in a landscape of rivers and dense forest and long, bone-deep winters. In the 16th century, it was a city that had survived more than most. It had endured sieges, fires, plague, and the grinding uncertainty of existing at the edge of a vast empire whose center was always making decisions that its margins could only live with. And in the winter of 1570, it was about to receive a visitor whose arrival no city in Russia wanted. Ivan IV, known to history as Ivan the Terrible, and earning that name more fully with every passing year, was coming to Pskov. He had just finished with Novgorod. Novgorod, one of the great cities of medieval Russia, had been suspected of disloyalty, even had arrived with his oprichnina, his personal army of black-robed enforcers, and what followed had lasted weeks. The estimates of the dead vary enormously, as they always do with events like this, but no estimate is small. Novgorod was broken, its archives were burned, its leading families were destroyed. Its streets had seen things that the surviving chronicles describe in language so careful and so measured that the restraint itself becomes a kind of horror. And now Ivan was coming to Pskov. The city waited. And then something happened that even the chronicles, accustomed to recording the extraordinary, paused over. A man stepped forward to meet Ivan the Terrible. His name was Nicholas Salos. He was not a soldier. He was not a governor. He was not a bishop, though the church would later count him among its saints. He walked barefoot, in winter, in Russia. His clothing was minimal, inadequate for the weather, and this was not poverty. This was deliberate. He wore iron chains against his skin. He did not speak in the ordered, formal language of a court official or a church representative. He spoke in fragments, in riddles, in images that required interpretation. He was a Eurodivi, a holy fool. And he was the only person in Pskov willing to stand in front of Ivan the Terrible and say what needed to be said. The account that survives preserved in hagiographic literature, which means it carries the usual caveats of sources written to commemorate saints rather than simply record events, describes Nicola offering Ivan a piece of raw meat. Ivan recoiled. It was a fast day. He did not eat meat during the fast. And Nicola said, with the directness that was the holy fool's most consistent and most dangerous quality, "You have done far worse than eat meat during a fast. You have been devouring the flesh of Christians." Ivan the Terrible, the man who had just left Novgorod in ruins, the man whose Opratina had made the whole of Russia afraid. That man stood in the street of Puskov and received this judgment from a barefoot man in chains. And then something happened that is, depending on how you read it, either a miracle or a study in the psychology of power. Ivan left. He did not touch Puskov. He turned around and he went back to Moscow, and the city that had been waiting for the same fate as Novgorod was spared. The chronicles attribute this to Nicola's prophetic power, to the intervention of the holy fool as a direct channel for divine will. The historian might attribute it to something else, to the recognition somewhere in Ivan's calculating and genuinely extraordinary intelligence that a man who would walk barefoot in a Russian winter and tell him to his face that he was a murderer was a different kind of force entirely from the enemies he was used to. Not a political threat, not a military one. Something harder to silence. Because to arrest Nicola, or to harm him, or even to dismiss him with public contempt, would have been to take him seriously in a way that would undo everything. The holy fool derived his power from exactly the same source as the court jester, from the official acknowledgement that he was beneath serious consideration. To treat him as a threat was to make him one. And Ivan, who understood power in his own savage and sophisticated way, understood this too. So he left. And Nicholas Salos, the barefoot man in chains who had stood in a winter street and told the truth to the most feared man in Russia, passed into the history of his people as a saint. Now, the tradition that produced Nicholas Salos was centuries old by the time he stood in that street. The Euro de V, the holy fool, the fool for Christ, had roots in Byzantine Christianity that stretched back to the 5th century, to a tradition of ascetic practice that understood the deliberate embrace of humiliation as a path to genuine spiritual freedom. The logic at its most basic was this: the world prized intelligence, beauty, status, eloquence, social grace. It valued the person who performed these things well. The holy fool renounced all of them. Not because he lacked them. Some of the most celebrated holy fools were, by all accounts, people of considerable natural intelligence and social capability. But because to cling to intelligence, to beauty, to status, to perform the world's valued things, was to remain bound to the world's valuations. And to remain bound to the world's valuations was to be unable to see it clearly. The holy fool stripped himself of everything the world valued, and in doing so freed himself from everything the world feared. He could not be flattered because he had no vanity. He could not be bribed because he had no possession. He could not be threatened with loss of status because he had already given status away deliberately. And therefore, and this is the crucial theological insight that the tradition built itself on, he could see, not strategically, not politically, not with the calculating intelligence of the courtier or the careful wisdom of the bishop. He could see with the clarity of someone who has removed every lens that the world normally places between perception and truth. He could say what he saw. And what he said was, by the theological understanding of his time, not just his own observation, it was the voice of God speaking through the one vessel that the world's power could not compromise, because the world had nothing left to offer him and no leverage left to use. This is a profoundly different structure from the court fool's license. The court fool's license came from the king, it was granted, and it could be withdrawn. It depended on the fool's skill and the king's temperament and the specific chemistry between them. The holy fool's license came from God. It could not be granted by any earthly power, and it could not be withdrawn by one either. And this difference in the source of the license produced a difference in the nature of the speech it permitted. The court fool was careful. He had to be. The license was real but conditional, and the cost of miscalculating was severe. The holy fool was not careful. He could not afford to be careful, and the tradition would not have permitted it even if he could. Caution implied calculation. Calculation implied attachment to outcome. Attachment to outcome meant you still had something to lose. The holy fool had to have nothing to lose. That was the whole point. And so the holy fools of medieval Russia said things with a directness that the court fool, for all his skill, could never quite match. Basil the Blessed, perhaps the most famous of the Russian Euro de VIII, the one who gave his name to the cathedral that still stands in Red Square, walked the streets of Moscow for decades in the 16th century, barefoot in all seasons, wearing almost nothing. He was the son of serfs, an apprentice shoemaker who had left his trade at 16 to wander the city in deliberate destitution. He wept in front of the houses of people who were secretly sinning and laughed in front of houses that had been robbed, because the robbers, he said, had freed the inhabitants from the burden of their possessions. He threw stones at the houses of the wealthy and kissed the walls of taverns because, as he explained when asked, and as the tradition understood, the demons lived in houses where they were made comfortable and fled from places of open sin where they were not needed. The logic was inverted. The world's categories were reversed. What looked like nonsense to those who could read it was a running commentary on the gap between the official moral order and the lived reality. This is the holy fool's art. Not wit, not comedy, not the careful double meaning. The deliberate reversal of all signs, so that the thing which looks like its opposite turns out, on examination, to be exactly what it appears. Basil wandered through Moscow for decades. He was abused, beaten, mocked. He was also venerated, protected, feared. Ivan the Terrible, that same Ivan who had left Pskov intact rather than face Nicholas Salos, is recorded as having been deeply afraid of Basil. Ivan the Terrible, a man who was afraid of almost nothing, who had spent his reign systematically destroying every source of power or independence in Russia, was afraid of the barefoot man in the streets. Not because Basil could harm him, not because he had allies or armies or political leverage, but because Basil saw him, and even knew it. And there is something in that, in the image of absolute earthly power being made uncomfortable by absolute earthly powerlessness, that captures something true about the nature of both. Power, at its most complete, still has a vulnerability. It can be seen through, not defeated, not destroyed, but seen clearly, quietly, without flinching, by someone who has nothing to gain from flattering it and nothing to lose from telling the truth about it. The court fool saw through power and said so in a joke. The holy fool saw through power and said so in a prophetic gesture, a riddle, a winter walk without shoes. Both of them were doing the same essential thing, standing in the presence of the most powerful person in their world and refusing in their specific and irrevocable way to pretend. And both of them, the fool in his motley, the holy fool in his chains, were protected by a version of the same paradox. They were protected by their official valuelessness. The king who would not listen to an honest advisor would listen to a fool. The Tsar who had silenced every voice of opposition in his empire could not silence the man who had voluntarily silenced himself first. Here is one of the strangest and most persistent lessons the medieval world ever produced. Truth, when it has nowhere left to go, finds the most unlikely vessels. It finds the man in the bells. It finds the man in the chain. It finds the figures who are so far outside the categories of power that power cannot reach them, and it speaks through them to the powerful who have surrounded themselves with everything except honesty. And the powerful, however reluctantly, however briefly, hear it. Because somewhere inside the most armored person in any room, there is something that recognizes truth when it arrives. Even when truth is wearing a pointed hat, even when it is walking barefoot through the snow, even when it is arriving in the form of a piece of raw meat offered with absolute sincerity to a man who has just destroyed a city. The recognition is there. It does not always change anything. It does not always produce mercy or reform or the turning away from the edge. But it is there. And the fools, both kinds, in their different costumes, in their different worlds, knew it was there. They built their whole lives on the knowledge that it was there. And that knowledge, held and acted on in the face of everything that argued against it, is perhaps the most quietly courageous thing in this whole long story. We are not finished yet. There is still the question of what happened when the courage was no longer needed or no longer wanted. There is still the question of what the courts of Europe lost in the slow years of the 17th century when the fools stopped coming, when the bells went quiet. And that silence and what it means is where we are going next. But before that silence falls, let us spend a little longer in the world of the holy fool, because the tradition deserves more than a brief summary, and because some of its details are, in their own quiet way, as strange and as revealing as anything the Western courts produced. The life of a Eurodivi was, by any practical measure, extraordinarily difficult. This is worth stating plainly because hagiographic accounts of holy fools tend toward the miraculous and the symbolic, and in doing so can make the life seem somehow above ordinary suffering. It was not. The holy fools of medieval Russia were cold, year after year, in winters that were dangerous in a direct and physical way even to people with adequate clothing and shelter. They were hungry often because they accepted food only from those who offered it freely, and the freely offered food of the medieval Russian poor was rarely abundant. They were beaten. The accounts of physical violence against holy fools are consistent and numerous. Beatings from people who were afraid of them, from people who found their riddles threatening, from children and crowds who targeted the obviously vulnerable with the specific cruelty that vulnerability can attract. And they absorbed all of this as part of the practice. Not masochistically, the tradition was not about seeking suffering for its own sake, but purposefully. Each humiliation, each beating, each cold night and hungry morning was another layer of the world's judgment that the holy fool was learning to stand inside without flinching. Because the fool who could stand inside the world's contempt without being destroyed by it had achieved something the court fool could not quite achieve from behind his license. He had achieved genuine freedom from the world's opinion. Not performed freedom, not the freedom of the officially valueless, the freedom that the court jester's costume granted. Real freedom. Interior freedom, the freedom that comes from having genuinely given up caring what the world thinks of you because you have found something that you care about more. And from inside that freedom, the holy fool could speak. What the Eurodevise said and how he said it is worth examining closely because the method was as important as the message. The holy fool rarely made direct accusations, rarely stood before a powerful person and said, in plain terms, "You are doing wrong, and here is the wrong you are doing." The directness that appears in the Nicola Salos story, the raw meat, the blunt accusation was exceptional. It was exceptional enough to be remembered and recorded. More typically, the holy fool's speech was oblique. He spoke in images, in actions, in gestures that invited interpretation rather than demanding it. He would do something strange, throw objects, speak to animals, address remarks to the empty air. And the strangeness was the message, requiring the observer to do the interpretive work that the holy fool was not doing for them. This is, in its own way, the same technique as the court jester's joke. Both of them created a space in which the truth could be present without being formally stated. Both of them relied on the audience's intelligence to make the connection between the performance and the reality it pointed to. Both of them understood, in their different ways, that truth told too directly in a context that could not absorb it would simply be rejected. But truth placed before someone in a form that required their own participation to decode, truth that arrived as a puzzle, or a joke, or a strange gesture in the winter street, that truth had a chance. Because by the time you had figured out what it meant, you had already thought it yourself. And a truth you have thought yourself is harder to dismiss than one you have simply been told. This is the deepest lesson of both traditions, the Western fool and the Eastern holy fool. Truth does not always travel well through direct delivery. Sometimes it needs a disguise. Sometimes it needs a vehicle, a joke, a riddle, an absurd gesture, a man in mismatched colors doing a handstand. Sometimes the only way to get the truth into a room where it is not welcome is to send it in wearing a costume that makes it look like something else entirely. The holy fool and the court jester were, in the end, two versions of the same fundamental human understanding. The understanding that power lies. That power lies not always consciously, not always maliciously, but structurally. Because the people around power are afraid to tell it the truth, and power itself is often afraid to hear it. And that the only solution, imperfect, risky, dependent on the courage of specific people willing to inhabit a permanent paradox, was to create figures who existed outside the normal relationship between speech and consequence. Figures who could say the true thing because the saying of it officially meant nothing. This understanding transcended the divide between the Latin West and the Orthodox East, between the professional entertainer and the religious ascetic, between the court of Francis I and the streets of Moscow. It was, in the deepest sense, a universal human knowledge that someone in every court, in every city, in every room where power gathered and truth grew scarce, needed to be willing to be the fool. Not foolish, not ignorant, but willing to appear foolish, to accept the costume, the chains, the bells, the official designation of valuelessness, in exchange for the one freedom that all the gold and all the power in the room could not buy. The freedom to see clearly. The freedom to say so. Now, what I find so compelling, sitting with all of this in the quiet of the evening, is how personal this knowledge was. The court fool who lived it year after year in the service of a specific king in a specific palace, in the specific noise and color and cold stone of a specific medieval life, he was not living in abstraction. He was living a day and another day after that. He was waking up in his corner of the castle and putting on his costume and walking into the great hall and reading the mood in the room and deciding in the specific circumstances of that specific morning what could be said and how. He was living, in other words, the same way everyone lives, one day at a time, with imperfect information and imperfect judgment, doing the best he could with what he had. The holy fool in the street was the same, however elevated the theological framework that surrounded his life, however grand the significance that his community attached to his actions, he was also cold, he was also hungry. He was also, on the worst days, simply tired. The human life inside the symbolic role was a human life. And that is, perhaps, the most important thing to remember about both of them. Not the theory, not the politics, not the theology, but the person inside the costume. The man who dressed in bells every morning and went to work. The man who gave up his shoes and walked out into the winter because he believed with everything he had that the thing he was doing mattered. The person who was, underneath all the layers of symbol and function and historical significance, someone who had found a way to be honest in a world that was asking everyone around them to be something else. That is what stays with me. That is what I carry from this part of the story into the next. Because we are not quite at the end yet. The world is changing. in the years ahead of us, and the change will take something from it. The fools are beginning to fade. Not all at once, not without resistance, but fade they do, from the courts, from the palaces, from the specific rooms where their particular art was needed. And in understanding why, in tracing the slow disappearance of the bells and the motley and the winter walking barefoot saints, we will arrive at what all of this ultimately means. Not just for the medieval world, but for every room in every era where power gathers and truth grows inconvenient. The decline did not announce itself. It never does with these things. The end of a tradition rarely arrives as a sudden break, a decree, a burning, a formal abolition. It arrives as a slow withdrawal, a gradual cooling, a series of small decisions, each one individually unremarkable, that together add up to a world that no longer has space for what used to belong in it. The court fool began to disappear from the great halls of Europe sometime in the 17th century. Not everywhere at once, not cleanly. There were fools who lasted into the 1640s, the 1650s, the 1660s. Individual figures who clung to their positions as the world around them changed, who performed the old art in halls that were increasingly uncertain what to do with it. But the direction was clear. By the time the English Restoration settled into its own flavor of cynicism and wit in the early 1660s, the official court fool was already becoming an anachronism, something that belonged to an older way of imagining the relationship between kings and truth, a way that the New World was quietly putting aside. To understand why, we need to understand what had changed. Because the fool did not disappear because humor disappeared, or because truth became less inconvenient, or because the powerful suddenly became comfortable with honesty. None of those things happened. What happened was something more structural, something that changed the conditions that had made the fool necessary in the first place. The first change was the transformation of royal power itself. The medieval court, for all its hierarchy, was a space where the king was physically present among his people, his lords, his bishops, his household, the shifting company of those who had business with him. He was accessible in a way that later kings would not be. He ate in the great hall. He received petitioners in person. He traveled constantly through his kingdom, taking the court with him. This accessibility was partly about power. Presence was presence, and a king who could be seen was a king who existed as a real force in his kingdom. But it was also an exposure. The king who was physically present among people was also physically available to be read, to be observed, to have his moods and his mistakes and his moments of uncertainty witnessed by those around him. And it was in that exposure, that unavoidable human visibility, that the fool had found his footing. The fool had worked because the king was present, because the hall was full, because the performance of power happened in a room where everyone could see it, and the gap between the performance and the reality was visible to anyone paying close attention. The fool was the person who named that gap. But as the 17th century advanced, the nature of royal power began to change. The absolute monarchies that were consolidating across Europe most completely in France under Louis XIV, who came to embody a new model of kingship that the rest of Europe watched and imitated, were constructing something different. They were constructing not just a court, but a theater. Versailles was not a palace in the medieval sense. It was a machine for producing spectacle. Every element of its design, the scale, the mirrors, the gardens, the calculated distance between the king's private apartments and the ceremonial spaces where he appeared, was engineered to produce a specific effect. The effect of a king who was not quite human. Not approachable, not readable. Not the figure in the hall who might have a bad day, might be uncertain, might be caught off guard by a fool's well-timed observation. The Sun King was not a man who had bad days, or at least the Sun King was a man who had constructed an environment so completely controlled that his bad days were invisible to everyone who needed to see them. And in that environment, the fool had no purchase. Because the fool's art required a gap, the gap between the official story and the lived reality, between the performance of power and the human being inside it. Louis XIV was committed to closing that gap entirely, to making the performance and the reality indistinguishable, at least to every eye that mattered. There was no room for the figure who named the gap. There was no room for the bells. This is the first reason the fool disappeared, and it is the most structural one. But there was a second reason, and it was in some ways more interesting. The fool disappeared partly because the functions he had served were being redistributed. The truth-telling function, the delivery of uncomfortable observations into spaces where they were not officially welcome, did not vanish when the fool did. It migrated. It migrated first and most significantly onto the page. The printing press had been transforming the circulation of ideas for more than a century by the time the court fool began his decline. And in that transformation, something had been quietly building, the possibility of saying dangerous things not to a king in a hall, but to the reading public through a pamphlet, a broadsheet, a satirical journal. The fool who had once whispered the king's failures to the king alone could now, in a different form, say them to an audience of thousands. Not safely, print brought its own very real dangers. And pamphleteers and satirists went to prison, and worse, with some regularity. But the danger was different. It was the danger of a writer who could be anonymous, or who could operate from a different city, or whose words could circulate independently of their author. Not the danger of a man standing in the king's hall, dependent on the king's mood for his continued existence. The public satire that exploded in the 17th and 18th centuries, the pamphleteers, the political cartoonists, the essayists who sharpened their pens on the behavior of the powerful, were the court fool's heirs. They had inherited his function, they had moved it to a different stage. And then the function migrated again onto the actual stage. Because as the fool was disappearing from the courts, he was reappearing in the theaters. Shakespeare had already done something extraordinary with the fool figure, had taken the court jester and placed him on the public stage, where he could be examined from the outside rather than merely experienced from within. The Fool in King Lear is perhaps the most searching portrait of what a court fool actually was that literature has ever produced. Not because it is historically accurate. Shakespeare's Lear is not a documentary. but because it captures, with the precision that only great art achieves, the emotional and moral reality of the position. The fool in Lear sees everything. He tells the truth in riddles and songs and fragments of bitter honesty, from the first scene to the moment he vanishes from the play without explanation, as if he had said everything he had to say and there was nothing left for him to do. He is loyal past the point of reason. He is honest past the point of safety. He is, of all the characters in the play, the one who understands what is happening most clearly and the one who is least able to stop it. And his tragedy, his particular, irreducible tragedy, is that seeing clearly and speaking truly are not the same as being heard. The king hears the fool. He laughs sometimes. He listens in his way. And he goes on making the decisions that will destroy him anyway. Because the fool's function was never to prevent catastrophe. It was to be present in it, to name it, to refuse to look away. And that the presence, the naming, the refusal is something that Shakespeare understood with absolute precision, and that the stage could hold in a way the court no longer could. The fool moved from the hall to the theater, from the insider to the observer, from the person speaking to the king alone to the voice speaking to everyone at once. He became, in that migration, something larger and something lonelier. Larger because his audience was no longer one man and his court, but the whole range of humanity that filed into the globe on a Thursday afternoon. Lonelier because in the theater he no longer had the specific relationship, the complicated, unequal, real relationship with a specific person that had given his truth-telling its particular weight. The fool in Lear speaks to a king who loves him in his way and destroys him in his way and cannot be saved by him for all the truth that passes between them. That is the court fool's story, distilled. And Shakespeare knew it because the type was still alive in his world, still present at the edges of the Elizabethan court, still occasionally visible in the figures who moved through the great halls with their bells going quieter every year. He could see them ending, and he preserved them in the only way that art can preserve things that are ending, by making them, on the stage, more themselves than they had ever quite been in the world. The Archibald Armstrong who served James I and then Charles I was performing in a court that already felt the change. Armstrong, Archie as he was known, was in many ways the last great representative of the tradition, sharp-tongued, politically active, willing to target the most powerful figures in the kingdom with a precision and a persistence that made him genuinely feared. He was wealthy by the end, not just comfortable, but genuinely wealthy, the owner of property in Ireland and England. A man who had turned his position into material security in a way that the great fools of earlier centuries rarely managed. He had understood, perhaps, that the tradition was ending, that the old form of the relationship, fool sustained by king, fool risking everything on the king's continued goodwill, was becoming less reliable. He had made himself independent in the way available to him, and he was eventually dismissed from court for going one step too far, a public insult to Archbishop Laud, one of the most powerful figures in Charles I's government, that could not be laughed off even with all of Armstrong's accumulated goodwill. He retired to his properties. he lived another 30 years. He was, in a sense, luckier than most of the great fools who had come before him. He was not eaten by the position the way it had eaten others. But his dismissal marked something real. The tolerance for the fool's voice in the formal spaces of power was narrowing. The world was changing its mind about who was permitted to say what and to whom and through what officially sanctioned channels. And the bells, one by one, were going quiet. What was lost when they fell silent is not easy to name, but it is worth trying. Something was lost that was not quite replaced by the pamphlet or the stage or the satirical journal or any of the other forms that inherited the fool's function. What was lost was the presence. The fool in the hall was there. He was in the room. He saw the king's face when the bad news arrived. He heard the advisor's voice change when the king turned his attention elsewhere. He felt the temperature of the room shift when a decision was made that everyone knew was wrong and no one was going to say so. And he responded to it in real time, in the specific moment, with the specific person, in the room where it mattered. The pamphleteer responded to the world from a distance. The playwright recreated it in retrospect. The political cartoonist reduced it to a fixed image. All of these were valuable. All of them were necessary. All of them carried forward something real from the fool's tradition. But none of them were present. None of them were looking the king in the eye. None of them were willing to be, every day, the one person in the room who did not pretend. That particular kind of presence, immediate, embodied, risked, was what the court fool offered. And when it was gone, something that cannot quite be replaced went with it. The room got quieter in the wrong way. Not the good quiet. Not the quiet of a room where things are understood without needing to be said. The wrong quiet. The quiet of a room where things are understood and not said, and the not saying is accepted as the permanent condition. The quiet that had always been there, underneath the laughter. The quiet that the fool had always been trying, in his bells and his motley and his carved stick and his carefully timed words, to break, and now, at last, was allowed to settle. This is the loss that I find most worth dwelling on as we near the end of this long journey through the world of the fool. Not the loss of the jokes, not the loss of the motley and the bells, which were always only instruments rather than the thing itself. The loss of the willingness. Because that is what the great court fools and the holy fools shared across all their differences of method and theology and culture and costume. A willingness. A willingness to occupy a position that the world officially designated as beneath consideration in exchange for the freedom that position carried. A willingness to be the person who names the thing everyone can see and no one is saying. A willingness to walk into the room with nothing but wit and nerve and the understanding that if you do this right, if you find the exact right angle, the exact right tone, the exact right moment, the truth can enter a space where it would otherwise be turned away at the door. This willingness is not extinct. It has never been extinct. It has simply kept migrating the way it always has from one form to another as each form exhausts its welcome. From the hall to the stage, from the stage to the pamphlet, from the pamphlet to the newspaper column, from the column to the late-night monologue, the satirical weekly, the comedian who stands on a stage and says the thing that a room full of people have been thinking and not saying, and is protected not by a king's license, but by the audience's laughter from the formal consequences of having said it. The function has never disappeared. Only the costume has changed. And this is, I think, the deepest thing the court fool's story has to tell us. Not about the medieval world specifically, not about the political dynamics of a specific court in a particular century, but about the ongoing, unending human problem of truth in rooms where truth is not welcome. About the structural fact present in every era, in every culture, in every organization large enough to produce hierarchy, that the people at the top of any system are systematically insulated from accurate information about how that system is actually working. Not because their subordinates are dishonest people, but because the subordinates are afraid. Because the cost of delivering bad news is real. Because the person who tells the powerful person what they do not want to hear tends, over time, to stop being consulted. And the powerful person, surrounded by the silence of those who have learned this lesson, makes decisions on the basis of a reality that no longer exists. The medieval court was an extreme version of this problem. But it was not a unique one. Every boardroom has its version of this problem. Every family, at one scale or another, every friendship, every classroom, every team. Everywhere there is a power differential, everywhere there is a person whose approval others depend on. The same quiet distortion of truth begins to operate. And every one of those environments needs, in some form, what the fool provided. Someone willing to see clearly. Someone willing to say so. Someone willing to absorb the cost of saying so, the cost to reputation, to comfort, to the easy relationship with the people who would prefer not to hear it. Because the cost of the alternative is higher. The fool understood the cost of the alternative. He understood it in his bones because he had spent his life watching what happened to kings who were not told the truth. He had watched the bad decisions accumulate. He had watched the isolation deepen. He had watched the official story and the lived reality widen until the two versions of events were no longer recognizable as descriptions of the same world. And he had kept trying, in his bells, in his motley, in his riddles and his raw meat and his carefully constructed jokes. He had kept trying to close that distance, one performance at a time, one dangerous truth at a time. Not because he was guaranteed success. He was not. The great fools failed regularly in the specific sense that kings went on making the same mistakes even after the fool had pointed them out, often at considerable personal risk. But the fool did not measure success by whether the king changed. He measured it by whether the truth had been present, whether it had been in the room, whether, in the specific moment, the thing that was real had been allowed to exist alongside the thing that was performed. That is a smaller victory than changing the course of history, but it is not a negligible one. Because truth that has been present even once leaves a mark. It lodges somewhere in the memory of the room, in the awareness of the people who witnessed it. It creates a record, however unofficial, however unacknowledged, that things were not as they appeared. And that record, fragile, unofficial, made of laughter rather than ink, is its own form of history. It is the history that the fools made. Not the history of decisions and battles and political outcome. The history of the moment when someone said the true thing in the only way it could be said, and the room heard it, and the king looked up, and for just a second, just one specific, human, unrepeatable second, the gap closed. That history lives in the jokes that were recorded because they were too good to forget, in the pardons that were granted because the sentence was too absurd to carry out, in the bare feet in the snow and the iron chains and the piece of raw meat offered with complete seriousness to the most feared man in Russia. It lives in Shakespeare's fool, who vanishes from the stage without explanation because everything he had to say had been said, and the play had no further use for someone that honest. It lives in its own quiet way, in every room where someone finds a way to say the true thing that needed saying, not heroically, not with banners and declarations, but with the specific, precise, irrevocable courage of someone who has decided that the truth matters more than the comfort of leaving it unsaid. The fool's bells have been silent for centuries in the great halls where they once rang. But the instinct they expressed, the instinct that said there is a gap between what this room is claiming and what this room is doing, and someone needs to name it, that instinct is not silent. It never is. And it is never more alive than in the quiet hours, in the last stretch of the night, when the world has gone still enough for us to hear the things we spend the daylight hours successfully not listening to. This is perhaps why the fool's story feels so present in the dark, because the dark is when the performance stops, when the costume comes off and the bells are laid aside and the long, careful work of managing appearances gives way to whatever is actually true. The fool knew that moment. He built his whole art around it. He was, in the deepest sense, a creature of the truth that emerges when everything else has quieted. And here we are, in exactly that moment. The room is still. The night has settled around you. And the story of the fool, this strange, serious, funny, lonely, necessary person, is nearly complete. There is one more thing to say. One final thought, waiting at the end of this long night. There is a quality that runs through every great fool's story that I have not yet named directly. It has been present in all of them, in Roland's annual performance in Henry II's hall, in Will Sommers sitting quietly beside a dying king, in Triboulet's 7 words in front of a man who had sentenced him to death, in Nicolas Solis standing barefoot in a winter street with a piece of raw meat in his hand. It is present in all of them, but it is not the wit, and it is not the cleverness, and it is not the political intelligence, and it is not the theological vocation. It is something quieter than all of those things. It is endurance, the willingness to come back, day after day, year after year, to put on the costume again, to walk into the same hall with the same bells and look at the same king and find, somewhere in the accumulated weight of every previous performance, the energy to do it once more, to find the new angle on the old problem, to find the right words for this year's version of the same gap between what the court claimed to be and what it actually was. To keep trying, not because success was guaranteed, it was not, but because the trying was the thing. This endurance is easy to overlook when we are looking at the dramatic moments, the tribule pardon, the Ivan the Terrible confrontation, the deathbed vigil. The dramatic moments are the ones the records preserve. But the dramatic moments were rare. What was not rare was Tuesday. The ordinary Tuesday in an ordinary month in the middle of a long year when nothing particularly dramatic was happening and the court was grinding through its ordinary business and the fool put on his costume and walked in and did his job. Those Tuesdays, there were thousands of them, in the life of every long-serving fool, are the ones the history books cannot show us. But they are the substance of the life. And they tell us something important about what the fool actually was, underneath all the symbolism and the politics and the theological significance. He was a person who showed up, who kept showing up across the ordinary weeks and the extraordinary crises, in the good years and the very bad ones, when the king was generous and when the king was terrifying, and in all the unremarkable stretches in between. He came back and he did the work. And the work, however dressed in bells and foolery, was serious. It was the serious work of staying honest in a world that rewarded dishonesty, of staying present in a world that rewarded managed distance, of staying human, visibly, stubbornly, irreducibly human in a world that was asking almost everyone to be a more polished version of something else. That work required something that has no official name in the historical record, but that is visible in the patterns, in the length of service, in the quality of the relationships, in the specific texture of the stories that survive. It required a kind of faith. Not religious faith necessarily, though the holy fool's tradition was rooted in exactly that. A more general faith, a faith that the truth mattered, that it mattered to say it even in a room that was officially pretending not to hear it, that the saying was worth something, independent of whether it was acknowledged, acted upon, or even consciously received. A faith that the gap between what the world claimed and what the world was could not be allowed to simply exist unchallenged without someone standing in it and refusing to pretend it was not there. This is not a comfortable faith to hold. It is not a faith that makes life easier. The comfortable faith is the one that says the distance is too large, the power too great, the risk too real. Say the polite thing. Wear the appropriate expression. Save your energy for the battles you can win. The fool did not hold that faith, and his refusal to hold it, his stubborn year after year, unremarkable mourning as well as dramatic crisis refusal, is what makes him, in the end, one of the most quietly significant figures in medieval history. Not remarkable in the way that kings and generals and saints are remarkable. Remarkable in the specific and human way of someone who understood the situation completely, understood the power differential, the risk, the official insignificance of everything he did, and chose to show up anyway. Let us think for a moment about what it felt like to be him. Not the celebrated version, not Triboulet in the moment of his pardon, not Nicolas Salos in the moment the Tsar turned away. The version before any of that, the young person somewhere in medieval England or France or Russia who had found their way into the role or been found by it, who had put on the costume for the first time and walked into the hall and felt the weight of what they were taking on. The bells would have been cold in the morning, the costume unfamiliar on the body, the weight of the stick in the hand, the sound of the hall coming up through the passage before you entered it, and the knowledge settling in as the door opened that this was now the life, this room, this king, this permanent balancing act between the truth that needed saying and the survival that required saying it in exactly the right way. That moment, the moment before the first joke, the moment when the whole architecture of the role became suddenly completely real, must have been one of the lonelier moments in a life full of a specific kind of loneliness. And then the king looked up, and something in the room shifted, that particular shift, the one the fool could produce and no one else could. The slight relaxation of the official atmosphere, the sense that the weight of the day had been fractionally reduced. The king almost smiled, and the fool understood with the clarity of direct experience that the thing he was doing was wanted. Not officially, not in any way that could be named, but wanted. That the person sitting at the head of the hall, surrounded by all his gold and all his power and all the careful management of everyone who served him, had been waiting, not consciously perhaps, but in some deep and honest part of himself, for exactly this. For someone to walk in with bells and not pretend. The fool had given him that. And the king, in his own limited way, in the constrained vocabulary of the relationship they had both agreed to inhabit, had given the fool something back. Not recognition, not formal acknowledgement, but continuance. The permission to come back tomorrow. That exchange, unspoken, unacknowledged, entirely real, is the heart of the court fool's story. It is what made the life livable, what made the showing up possible through the ordinary Tuesdays and the dangerous confrontations and all the long middle distance in between. The knowledge that the exchange was real, that the truth being delivered in jokes was being received somewhere in the king's interior life as something other than jokes. That the person in the bells was seen, not officially, not in any way the court could record, but seen, and that this seeing was its own form of relationship, its own form of recognition, imperfect, unequal, fragile, and real. Much like most of the real things in a human life. The court fool is gone now from the halls where he once moved. The motley hangs in museums behind glass where it cannot ring. The bauble sits in storage, the carved face staring at the ceiling of a room no one visits. The court rolls record the payments made to men whose names we sometimes know and whose inner lives we will never know. The Rolands and the Summers and the countless others who served for a season or a decade and left no record except the entry in the accounts. They are gone. But the thing they were doing is not gone. Everywhere that power exists and truth is inconvenient, everywhere that a room fills with people who are all looking at the same thing and choosing for reasons they each consider reasonable, not to say what they see. Everywhere that a distance opens between what is claimed and what is real, and sits there widening, waiting for someone to name it. The fool's function is waiting. Waiting for whoever is willing in that specific room, in that specific moment, to be the one who says it. Not heroically, not with banners. In the oldest way, in the fool's way. With wit and nerve and the understanding that if you find the right angle, the right tone, the right moment, the formulation that lets the truth enter the room without being turned back at the door, then the thing that needed saying will have been said. And the room will be, briefly, more honest. And that is enough. It was always enough. It was what all the bells were for. There is another dimension of the fool's endurance worth sitting with, and it has to do with memory. The court fool, by the nature of his position, was a keeper of institutional memory in a way that no official record keeper could match. The official record, the chronicle, the court roll, the letter in the archive, recorded what was supposed to have happened, what the king had decided officially, what the battle had been officially, what the policy was officially. The fool remembered what actually happened. He remembered the meeting where the decision had really been made, not the formal council, but the private conversation in the corridor afterward, where the king's real opinion had emerged. He remembered the advisor who had been praised publicly and suspected privately. He remembered the moment when the king's face had shown something that the official account would never mention. This memory was not written down. It could not be. The fool had no official standing, no archive, no recognized role as a witness to anything. But it was held in the specific and detailed way that long experience produces in the mind of a man who had spent decades paying close attention to a world that was largely pretending not to be observed. And it shaped the advice that the fool gave, not in formal counsel, but in the oblique, deniable form of the joke that landed precisely because it pointed to something real, something remembered, something the king had not thought about in years and found, suddenly, in the middle of a feast, looking back at him from a direction he had not expected. The fool was, in this sense, the unofficial historian of the private court. He carried in his living memory the record of everything that the official history had agreed to overlook. This is one of the reasons why the loss of the fool was a loss not just of a function, but of a kind of knowledge. When Armstrong retired to his Irish properties in 1637 and the court went on without him, it went on lighter, not just in the absence of laughter, or even in the absence of the truth-telling function, but in the absence of that accumulated, embodied, impossible-to-replace knowledge of how the court actually worked, the knowledge that only comes from having been present through enough of it to see the patterns, the recurring mistakes, the ways in which the official account diverged from the lived experience, year after year, in the same directions. That knowledge died with the fools who held it, unrecorded except in the jokes that were too good to forget and the pardons that were too absurd not to mention. And what replaced it? The courtier's polished memoir, the ambassador's careful dispatch, The official history commissioned by the next generation was more accurate in its facts and less honest in its overall impression. More accurate and less true. This is a distinction the fool would have understood immediately. He had spent his life navigating exactly that divide, the space between the accurate account and the true one, between the version of events that could be formally stated and the version that actually described what had happened. The official records of the medieval court are full of accurate accounts. The fools, in their bells and their motley and their carefully calibrated jokes, were the true one. And perhaps that is the final thing to say about them as this long night draws toward its close. History tends to remember the accurate, the documented, the formally acknowledged. The fool was none of those things. He was undocumented, officially unacknowledged, never formally credited with the influence he carried. But he was true. And truth, however inconveniently, has a way of persisting. It persists in the jokes that were too precisely observed to be forgotten, in the stories of pardons and confrontations and deathbed vigils that kept circulating in taverns and chronicles, and eventually in plays and operas, and the slow accumulation of a tradition that says, this figure mattered. This person, in his bells, standing in the corner of a room that history has largely cleared of everything except the king. This person was doing something real, something worth remembering, something that speaks with surprising directness across the centuries and the distance and all the ways the world has changed to the same human situation that produced him. The situation of being in a room where the truth is present and unwelcome. The situation of being the person who can see the gap. The situation of deciding, in that moment, what to do about it. The fool decided. Every quiet midweek morning, every dangerous crisis, every long year of bells and motley, and the daily, unremarkable, essential work of staying honest in a world that rewarded something else. He decided, and he showed up. We are nearly there now. The fire has burned low. The hall is quiet in the way it only gets in the deepest part of the night, when even the servants have gone to their beds and the dogs have stopped moving by the door. This is the hour the fool knew well. Not the feast hour, with its noise and its performance and its calculated laughter. Not the crisis hour, with its tight knot of advisors and the king's voice dropping to something harder than its public register. This hour, the in-between hour, the hour when the hall was just a hall again, stone and rushes, and the smell of tallow, and the fading warmth of a fire that had been built for other people. He would have sat here sometimes, in the pause between one day and the next. Just a person in a room. The bells still, for once. The costume exactly what it was. Cloth and color, nothing more. And the knowledge, quiet and persistent, that in a few hours the door would open again and the day would start again and the work would begin again. The daily, essential, unremarkable work of staying honest. He would have been tired sometimes. He would have wondered sometimes whether it mattered. And then the morning would come, and the hall would fill, and the king would look up, and the bells would ring. There is a moment I keep returning to as this story draws toward its end. Not a documented moment, not something the chronicles recorded. A quiet Tuesday evening in a great hall somewhere in medieval England. The feast has been cleared, the candles are burning low. The king has retired to his private chambers, and the servants are moving through the room with the practiced efficiency of people who have done this 1,000 times. And the fool is still sitting at the edge of the hall, not performing, not preparing a jest, just sitting in his motley with his bauble resting against his knee, watching the light change as the candles gutter. He has been in this palace for 11 years. He knows every stone of it. He knows which floorboards creak in the corridor outside the king's chamber, and which door hinges need oil, and where the draft comes from in winter that makes the tapestries shift. He knows the king's laugh, the real one, not the public one. He knows the sound the king's voice makes when something is worrying him that he has not yet decided to tell anyone. He knows the court the way you only know a place when you have lived inside it long enough that it has become the shape of your life. Tomorrow he will put the bells on again. He will walk into the hall and read the room, and find the angle and do the work. But tonight, just for this hour, in the nearly empty hall with the candles burning down, he is simply here, watching, knowing, still. Tonight, across these long, quiet hours, we have traveled through the halls of medieval England and France, across the winter streets of Moscow, through the courts of kings who needed truth and were afraid of it, and fools who had truth and found ways to deliver it anyway. We have watched the motley and the mismatched colors and understood them as the language they were. We have heard the bells, the sound of something that demanded attention without demanding response, and understood why they were necessary. We have met the figures who wore them. Roland, who made a king laugh at the most undignified thing possible, and in doing so gave the court a moment of complete humanity. Will Sommers, who stayed beside Henry VIII through everything, through the queens and the wars and the years of failing health, and was, in the end, perhaps the only person in England who knew the king without the armor on. Triboulet, who talked his way out of a death sentence with a grammatical maneuver so elegant that even the king who had sentenced him could not keep a straight face. And we have met the ones who wore no motley, Nicholas Salos and Basil the Blessed, who chose the chains and the bare feet and the winter streets, and who stood before the most terrible power in Russia and said the thing that everyone else was too afraid to say. All of them, in their different costumes and their different worlds, were doing the same thing. Staying honest, staying present, refusing to let the gap go unnamed. That is the court fool's legacy, not the jokes, though the jokes were real, not the political function, though the function was real, not the theological significance, though the significance was real. The legacy is simpler than all of that, and more enduring. The legacy is the example of what it looks like to decide that the truth matters, and to keep showing up for it in bells or in chains, in courts or in winter streets, on unremarkable Wednesdays and in moments of real danger. To keep showing up, day after day, in the only costume available, with whatever is in your hand, Thank you for traveling through this long night with me, through the courts and the cold streets and the quiet halls where the bells once rang. If this kind of history speaks to you, the history that lives in the margins, in the figures that official records barely bother to name, in the rooms that the chronicles walked past, then Dreamy Ages is always here, waiting with the next story. Come back when the night is quiet. There is always more to discover. Sleep well.